Hello, hello, everybody. Good morning. Oh, I thought the ads had been playing this entire time. I guess Twitch decided to delay them. No matter. I'll still get started. Hey, Zero. Nerds? Rude. Hans, hello? Hello. That's more like it. Thank you for the friendly greeting. I hope the both of y'all are doing good. I hope everybody's doing good today. Sorry I wasn't around yesterday. I had a few things that needed attending, and I needed to focus on those. Hello, hello, nerds. All right. Better. Improving. Improving. It's true. We are. We are nerds here. Should take that as a mark of pride, honestly. Popeye, what's up? We all play Satisfactory. How are we not nerds? Yeah, that's fair. No, that is fair. If being a nerd's not a bad thing. I'll take it. I'll take it. Yeah, how you guys doing? You having a good Tuesday? Trip, I didn't see you pop in. Not all of us? Okay. Okay. Whatever you say. I got home from work the other day and I spent over 2 hours looking at Kook's save. It's insane. Yeah, Kook is crazy. He's truly insane. I did he post it up for people to look at? Does Doug stream? Or how were you able to take a look at it? Oh, okay. Free on his Patreon. Cool, dude. Cool. That kind of tracks. Doug seems like the kind of guy, sorry, Kook seems like the kind of guy who would just want to spread chaos as far and as wide as possible and not put any barriers between that and himself. Some of us play normal games like action RPGs and real-time strategy. Yeah, ARPGs are way cooler. They're not nerdy at all because they have action in them. And strategy games, I might as well be a war general. All right. I guess I'll just ignore all of the time that we spent playing Factorio and obsessing over uh Slay the Spire builds and magic cards. It's an insane mega factory that produces everything up to tier 6. But the train network, the damn train network, beautiful. Oh, I love a good train network. Well, that's lovely. I'm glad that he just kind of has it out there for people to look at. Did I not launch up? Thought I clicked. It's okay. Dude, I love a good train network. Mine is overdue for a redo. But I also have so many other things to do. It's crazy. Amazing exterior design and interior design. I've only really ever seen his shit posts. I don't think I've ever seen his real gameplay. You do or do not have to be a nerd to play RTS games. Well, if you put it in that way, then any sort of military general is also a nerd. Your PoE streams definitely weren't the second most spreadsheets involved in a game I've ever seen. Second most. Second most. I mean, that was quite a lot, but it was only like 50-50. The stream has evolved a lot, has it not? We moved from PoE spreadsheets to satisfactory spreadsheets. Oh, EVE Online. Okay. Yeah, I guess that flashed in my mind for a moment. EVE Online. The like trade routes and values of items and stuff. Here's a video he posted. curious. I want to take a quick look. Here. We'll take a quick little look at Kook's factory and see what he's got going on there, and then we'll start out building. Oh, it already looks really nice. Starting out really cool. I love the backlighting on the belts. Oh yeah, the train network is very smooth. Ooh, it's clean. The curves are clean. I aspire to this level of curvature. It looks so nice because everything is connected. It's not like... Yeah, my supports are functional, but they don't look very good. Damn! Like, really? Damn. I've seen this before. I didn't realize this was him. Dude, yeah, absolutely fucking insane. The tunnel. Brother. Wait for it? I'm still waiting. I'm gonna watch this whole thing. Is this only like 3 minutes? Yeah. It looks so fucking good. Brother's making me feel bad. I love those little boxes. Those little decoration boxes he has in the corners. Wait, was that also a road? Is that a train and a road? Yeah, train in the middle of the road. God damn, man. Spreadsheeted WoW a bit too? What is there to spreadsheet in WoW? Oh yeah, I've seen this interior as well. Okay, I guess I have seen some of this. I just didn't know that it was Kook. Didn't know it was a Kook build. I don't understand how Kook can have a wife and a kid. This is crazy. Oh. Jesus, man. Yeah, I've seen that as well. Ooh, wait a minute. That's so fucking clean. The little display window with the thing it's making next to it. That is so good. That's amazing. It's absolutely amazing. Seeing it all in person was surreal. Yeah, I can only imagine, because this is just a little snippet. Like, it's amazing the scale of this and the detail. Doing both is crazy. That crane looks up fucking awesome too. Okay. That was incredible. Thank you for that. I'm so glad I watched that. That is amazing. Yo, what's up, Cube Wave? How you doing, brother? Resource collection rate compared to sell... Oh, okay. Yeah, auction house stuff. I gotcha. I never bothered tracking auction house price trends. I just logged in and mined stuff and then sold it. Also noticed while he was exploring it, he color-coded his trains based on biome like I did. Yeah, I noticed a little bit of that. That's a really good idea. Converter shooting out light gave me Broken Age vibes. Anyone play that? No, I've never played it. Hey, what's up, Tired Potato? How you doing? No, what is Broken Age? What is that? Yeah, I feel like my trains are in need of a big overhaul. I would love to have a color-coded train network that's very smooth like that all the way across. That's hard, though. That's tough. What's up, Brett? Late. Well, that's okay. I'll forgive you. Today. Old game in today's standard? Let me check real quick. Okay. Well, while you do that, I'm gonna open up the game. And we're gonna start building. Because I got a lot of building to do. Where am I? What happened to me? There we go. You were busy putting in that editing work? I was. I was. I got a little short done. I did some recording for my tour, for a tour video. It was really good. It was really good. I've realized that I need just a little bit more time in the mornings. Especially now that I'm picking up my nephew from school a lot of mornings. Alright. Let me remember what was going on here. So I moved the track. The track itself has been moved. I think it looks pretty good. But I need to fill in all of this empty space with some stuff. Cover it all up. Which, I think might mean I have a lot more space to fill now. I think I want to design some more pieces. I could also make them a little bit taller if they're down here. Oh, let's fix the clouds quick. "2014 game. That is pretty old at this point. I was going to play some Overwatch, but the new character doesn't drop for another 40 minutes. Well, what are you going to do for 40 minutes? If only there was something happening. Something that you could, like, watch. Hang out. Hang out within. Imagining bro saying Uncle Jeezy. Yeah, he hasn't called me Uncle Jeezy yet. Because he doesn't know that that's my online handle. That'd be weird, actually. He called me Grandpa earlier today. I had to explain to him that I'm not his grandpa. Like, he doesn't... He's still figuring a lot of stuff out. He's still figuring a lot of stuff out. Here, you know what? Maybe I could just have the ones that I made. I'm just gonna spread them out a little bit. See if it feels like I need more. RTS time with Jeezy in the background? Oh, nice. Nice, nice. In the background is exactly where I aspire to be. I want this stream to be just interesting enough that you don't click off of it, but not so interesting that you're actively looking at it the whole time. That's perfectly balanced. That's a perfect place for it to be. Yeah, this is going to be a lot of overlapping textures, I think. Or going to need a couple more. I'm going to have to figure out what I want to do then. Like what computer pieces have I not done? Because I kind of am making a big computer now. Do another one of the heat sinks over here. Well, I gotta head out for a bit. Just popped in for a minute. Alright, Cube Wave. Will you take care, brother? I shall see you around. Thanks for saying hi. I'll be here. Building. Scheming. Hello, hello, hello. How we doing today? Jug? I'm doing alright today. How are you doing today, brother? Oh, that is a little bit too in the wall. Okay. Yeah, doing good today. I feel accomplished already. I've already gotten a lot of work done. How are you? Now let's use this to like fill out the empty space here. I think that's the play. I feel like I'm gonna need something to cover up some of this mountain texture. I don't know though. Oh yeah, the other thing I wanted to do was also cover up this ledge with let's do some blueprinting of that stuff. I wanted kind of a cool either like mimicking the neon lights going up or maybe even better. Maybe I'll do it down here. Like a little hexagon piece that I can just repeat up and down the cliffside. Be adding another motif to this place, which might make it look a little messy, but we'll find out. Productivity gang. Got my drawing and some grocery shopping. Nice. Good job, brother. Been good so far? For someone who loves to eat, I felt no hunger today, so kind of wondering if I'm about to get sick or something. Ooh. Well, hopefully not. Maybe you could get around it by just eating a whole pizza. Think that'll help? Scrap my progress and start it all over again. Why? Why have you done this? Has it been satisfying to scrap your progress? Have you felt like it was a good idea, at least? I hope so. I hope so. That's a difficult decision to make. I know you probably didn't make it lightly. Had some ginger tea for better digestion. Okay. Well, here's to your health. Here's to your health. Hope you don't end up too sick. 100% worth it to rebuild and already made more progress. Very nice. Alright, good. Good, good. I'm glad to hear that. I think I can't... I think I have to not overlap these to get the shape that I want. Or maybe only slight overlap. I want like those little hexagon pillars. Know if anybody knows what I mean when I say that. Scrapped all of my Oni and DD runs upon reinstalling. What is Oni? I know DD is Darkest Dungeon. Oni is what? I get it's DS's fault for not streaming yesterday. I owe you nothing for the rest of eternity. You fucking cursed me. You hired a witch to put a curse on me. Don't you speak. Stop speaking. Scrap my progress and satisfactory many times. Did delete a factory that I spent all yesterday building. Damn. Yeah, hope it ends up better than it was. This is not going to be the shape that I want. Maybe. Let's just finish it. Then we can iterate. Is the curse still here? I just blame you whenever anything goes wrong. So as far as I'm concerned, yes. I only paid for 4 days? Damn, you paid for 4 days? Yeah, you've been getting your money's worth then. You were the reason that I had to switch ISPs all that time ago, like months ago. It's still here sometimes. That's a good witch. You could keep her on speed dial. She did her job. She understood the assignment. Yeah, this isn't giving me the texture that I want on top. That might be okay, though. I think I want to do this like, I want to have some light peeking through, so they don't completely overlap each other. Today I had one of those moments. Today it looks tasty. Nice. Congratulations on your tasty new factory. The modder making the passenger train cars has just dropped some new work in progress info. It's clean. Ooh, very nice. That's cool. The dream of having a fully functional city metro system is one step closer. It's almost upon us. Let's see if these things actually, like, fit with each other. I guess a hexagon might not fit. It would create, like, this space in the middle. Like, is a hexagon not what I need? Where was... There's a real-life place that's an example of what I'm thinking of, and I think somebody told me about it last time, but I forgot. It was like an arid, salty, dry area with these weird, natural, geometrical shapes. Are they pentagons? I think maybe they're not hexagons, maybe they're pentagons. Next curse, I will swap hair with DS. You don't talk shit about my hair, okay? You don't get to enjoy this luscious mane without dealing with all of the problems that I've had to deal with over the past couple years while growing it out. That's one thing that the curse I'm pretty sure won't even work on my hair. It's too strong. I can't even cut this. The scissors don't even work on this. Do you think a witch's curse is gonna work? I need to do that thing that Superman does where he uses his lasers in a mirror to cut his own hair. Think it is Scotland, and they are hexagons. Let me see if I can find a reference image of that. Yeah, hexagonal rocks. They're kind of... That's like one of the first things that come up. Yeah, like this. This is what I'm thinking about. Right there. Right there. Not the locks. Never. Never the locks. Jeezy has perfect hair. Thank you, Feldy. Hi, by the way. Hi. How are you? Welcome in. What kind of growing pains were there? Long hair is the result of having short hair that's just too long to be annoying, but not long enough to put up in a bun for a very long time. For a very long time. Okay, wait, I see what I'm doing wrong with the pattern. Also, I mean, these are not perfect hexagons. Wait, these aren't hexagons. Did I accidentally make an octagon? I did. Oops. As you already said, the passenger locomotive and a requirement to have train interiors installed as well. Well, yeah, I mean, that would make sense. You could, like, actually walk into the trains. Be lurking? Military customers back. Alright, Quantum. Well, hello, and enjoy your lurk. There but had no patience. Jeezy has patience. I almost didn't. There were a number of times where I just cut all of my hair off because I got to that long, annoying stage, and I was like, okay, this is not worth it. I'm glad that I stuck it out, though. How to make hexagon. These need to meet. So this actually needs to be much smaller. I guess the angle of this needs to be different, doesn't it? Maybe I should make it out of beams first. Then we'll go from there. Post a video in the Discord? Alright, I'll take a look at it later. Sounds pretty cool. It sounds like a pretty cool project. You like being able to ride trains like that and see the interiors would be super cool. Okay, so that is still an octagon. How do you make a hexagon? Why am I stupid? Hold on. Oh, I see. Yeah. These don't need to be here. Can't fucking make a hexagon. Feldy with a 7 stream streak. Pretty good one, pretty good one. I might need to cut my hair soon. It's in the danger zone when I'm peeing. How long is your hair? What the heck? Yeah, maybe. Maybe you do. Mine's definitely not that long. I was actually thinking I need to cut my hair down a little bit. I don't know how much I want off of it, though. I think I want it down to shoulder length again, so that it can be a little bit, I think it's a bit too long now. I'll have to break out the eye lasers. I've done it again. These just need to connect with each other. I'm idly making guy that does not know how the fuck to make a hexagon. Tries his hardest. There we go. I've done it. Okay, now I just need to even it out so it's the same on all sides. I don't know if that's possible. We'll try. Hex has no parallel sides? 5? No, hex is 6. Yeah, 5 is pentagon. But you know what? I'm not even gonna give you shit, because I think I tried to build this thing like 10 times and did it wrong every time. So. It's okay. Okay, I don't know if moving this thing in a meter is going to give me the shape that I want either. It's really close, but the sides need to be the same length. Otherwise, it's not going to connect back to itself. So, like, this is an even 4. Yeah, how do I get these things to be an even 4? That'd be the best way to do it, is just to get all of the sides to be an even 4. I guess I could try to use the big metal pillars from this point. Just the tip with Jeezy's hair tips. Alright. I'll write that one down. I'll write that one down for later. Just in case. I braid my hair most of the time, but when I have it loose, it's almost touching my butt. That's long hair. Oh my god, I can't imagine having hair that long. It sounds like it must get incredibly knotted. I guess that's why you braid it. Yeah, I'm already at this length, and I'm like... It gets so in my face when I'm trying to do anything. Gets so in my face all the time. Especially, okay. I went to a climbing gym this weekend, and it was absolutely sick, and I loved it, but my hair was all the fuck up in my face. And it was annoying the hell out of me. That was the moment where I'm like, maybe it's time. Maybe it's time. I was rusty as hell, guys. I have not been climbing. I have not. Gotta keep mine up because otherwise it could become floss. Quantum? Yeah, I know exactly what you mean when you say that. Sometimes... Sometimes I'll swing my head in a weird way and I'll inhale and there is hair in my throat. It is like the most uncomfortable thing ever. I have to put it up when I'm eating. So otherwise it'll dip in my soup. I already have a flavor saver on my face. I don't need it dangling from my head, too. I went to Toe Cathedrals yesterday. I only went in one, which was not the right shape or size. The other one had the right interior to aid in my decoration of the cathedral production. Did you go to a real cathedral? A town cathedral? Did you actually go, like, into one to look at it? That's good dedication, brother. I love that. Going out into the world, touching grass for the sake of coming back so that you can spend more time not touching grass. Y'all need some bonnets? No, I need a haircut. A bonnet. Maybe. Do they have any cool, stylish bonnet designs that I could wear? Bonnet or just get a haircut? I don't know. I don't know. Yes, as a school trip. Oh, nice. Dude, that's sick. Did your school know that they were just fueling your satisfactory addiction? Were they aware? It's getting closer. I'm achieving a hexagon eventually. Eventually. Got my front hair cut relatively short and in a layered cut. Quite a bit of upkeep, but it looks so good with the braids on the back. That sounds really nice. I would like to get mine cut in some layers if I could, but I'm kind of just thinking about evening it out and cutting it myself. I've never cut my own hair. I've never cut my own hair. Why is this doing this? So I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about maybe doing that. All right, the autoplay is getting freaky, dude. I'm not here for it. I am not here for it. Keep the long hair. The problem is it looks good for like 1 minute after I wash it. And then it doesn't look good the rest of the time. Hard to maintain. We'll see. I'm going climbing again tomorrow. And if it annoys me, then I may just come home and cut it off. And then regret it because I've never cut my own hair before, and I don't know how. Then I know how to cut my own hair? Is it hard? Is it hard to do? I've cut someone else's hair before. Just done it as much in a straight line as I possibly could, but I've never done my own. I feel like I'm gonna fuck it up. Seen the dude who wears a bonnet and balding. Funny stuff. No, I haven't. Cut my hair since 2020. Hairdressers are too expensive, and I'm too do-it-yourself to not at least try. Yeah, it'd be a good thing to know how to do, I feel. It'd be a good thing to know how to do. I would definitely save money on haircuts, especially if I was just gonna do it like very simple. I think all you have to do is get your hair wet and then like even it out, brush it out a little bit with like a light wet hair brush, and then cut it in a straight line. It sounds pretty easy, but I don't actually know if it is. All right, I have my hexagon, but I don't know how well they're actually gonna fit together. I'm gonna have to do some nudging. I think they actually work really well. Yeah, that's neat. And then I can put some lights in the middle. Okay. Let's do... Oh, they are Z-fighting a little bit. I don't know what I want to do about that. Just try and stop it, I guess. I got it for you if you want. Hans, what do you have? You have it too? Are you talking about the hexagons? It's a little bit of a difficulty to import blueprints into this server. So it is a little bit easier for me to make my own. But I do appreciate that. Let me try and get the Z fighting to stop. I wonder if I could do the top out of like a different material. A less Z fighting material. I don't know, like do it out of catwalk intersections. Do these Z fight a lot? We shall see. They kinda do, yeah. They really do. They don't look bad though. If I could just not fucking do that. No. Purpose of these hexagons? The hexagons will be used to cover up the weird height discrepancies here. So I'm gonna layer them down like in a ramp like that. Because there's no way that I can continue this pattern all the way through. Because these pieces are 6x6. It'd be really hard to do a 6x6 piece like gradient down. So I'm gonna do a smaller gradient down with the hexes. Paid enough attention to actual hairdressers so I know what I'm doing. I even got some compliments from people that learned the trade. Oh, nice. So you, every time you went in, you were like stealing their knowledge. Just some of my pipe logistics yesterday. Put a screenshot in the Discord. Nice, dude. Well, now I have a hexagon. I have my nudge on 0.1 so I can do crazy stuff. I do have a small nudge on about that size as well. I just struggled to find the angle, I think was my biggest thing. It's still not perfect. Were you able to, how were you able to get, or I guess, how close were you able to get yours to perfect? Is it better than this one? Because this one's still kind of janky, rough. I could clean it up a little bit, that would be really nice. Hey, Jortsy, what's up? I've uni work now? How long are you typically live for? I'm gonna be live for another, was it 2 p.m.? Another 3 hours. Just over 3 hours. It is better? Okay. Do you have any tips and tricks? Or is it... Because I feel like if I just used math of some kind, I'd probably be able to get this. Could I just use a beam in the middle and then stretch it out 5 directions? Or 6 directions? Hold on. I use the small ones, but I can make it with the big ones. I don't know if I want the small ones or the big one. I don't actually know. Maybe I should try and make a small one as well. See how that looks. I eyeballed it? Okay. Maybe I just need another iteration. I'll try and do it with the small one. You eyeballed it, so you didn't really, like, use the grid. Yeah, like, they definitely need to be closer than that. Maybe I'm starting with the wrong pieces. Maybe I need to start with these ones. Tiny nudge helps a lot, yeah. Okay. I'll try and fix him up with the tiny nudge to get him closer. Okay, and then I want them to be centered. So I should just be able to nudge these things in towards these pillars then. Okay. I think I get it. I think doing these things first is better. Make a half octagon first. Then the two outer ones rotate twice closer. Not sure I completely understand, but I think I'm on the right track with this. I think now that I have these in place, I can kind of just eyeball it from here. That's very close. That's definitely better. Do I want that or do I want the big boys though? I guess I'd just have both. Better to just have both. Why not? We'll just have both of them. I just have to figure out the best way to tile them around. I have a smaller nudge increment. That's why. Well, I have a point. I have down to 0.1 as well. I can 0.1 nudge. Because there's tiny and small. Let me see if this is easy enough to just tile these down. Making a lot of blueprints for this. Oh, it's gonna be really rough to tile all of these down. Just do a small segment and see if I can get it looking the way I want to. Okay, I guess I can also do like a straight down side for these. They don't actually stack well at all. Make a big bulk blueprint and just tile with it. Yeah. I think I'm gonna have to. I could probably do that for the flat areas. You're right. For these ledges, I think I'll have to do them independently. Yeah, I'll make one that's like roughly the size of a foundation. I can't go down at all. That's okay. We'll just go up. Go up the whole way. I want some nice height variance on this. The sides you can snap. The sides you can snap, just the pillars and zoop. Hmm? What do you mean? I could probably make it bigger than that, actually. The top is gonna do that stupid Z fighting thing. God damn it. I don't know if this is better, though, than the alternative. And I can kind of just, like, yeah, loosely attach that. Like, it doesn't need to be perfectly aligned between the pieces. Oh, this is looking nice, actually. I like this. Snap the pillars not using blueprint and zoop it down. Are you talking about for placing it on the ground or for making the blueprint itself? Oh man, this is nice. Okay, maybe the smaller ones are better than the larger ones. And I can get them to snap to each other like this. It's only gonna need to be a problem occasionally. For making it taller on the terrain difference. Oh, okay. Not using blueprint and zoop it down. Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, no, I see. Okay, so don't use the blueprint, just single pillar and zoop it down along all of the... Yeah, okay. I see what you're talking about. Yeah, that way I don't have to deal with stacking the blueprints. There we go. I got lost in translation for a second there, but I got you. I got you, brother. All right, and then I need just like a big... I need a blueprint that's just a big horizontal sign that I can put underneath all of these. With the elevation changes, it might be better to just use a single large billboard, actually. Does it even matter if I do? Wait, am I being stupid? Because if it's just a single sign, then do I even need to do this? I mean, I kind of can just nudge it down. I should integrate it into the blueprint, should I? Shouldn't I? That way it's always at the same height. Because I kind of want it to be like there. To get that look. Yes. We're just gonna have to do some, like, in-between signage. Oh, this is gonna look really weird, though. No, I should definitely not integrate it within the blueprint. I should do a global one. Should do a global height for the signs. So otherwise their elevation changes are gonna look weird. I'm stealing that? Steal away. Take it. Take it for yourself. Oh, I love it. Yeah, I kind of need two layers. I need the first layer to be the signs that just cover everything, and then the pillars. To get the signs smooth, it's going to be really annoying. Tire Potato with a 7-stream streak. That's a pretty good one. Okay, that's pretty cool. Isn't it? I just had a... Yeah, gross. Hair in me mouth. It is pretty cool, isn't it? This was the idea that I had for clearing up the elevation changes. It's coming together exactly as I wanted it to. Well, aside from maybe the height changes being a little bit weird with the signs, I don't really know how to address that. Maybe I don't need to. Maybe it's not really a problem. There was a dev stream. I saw a little bit of it. Was there anything noteworthy in there? Can you get the info? All right. Oh, I appreciate that. Oh, we do have ads coming up in just a moment. I don't know why my streamer bot is not telling me about this. Streamer bot, why have you not informed me about the upcoming ad? What the hell? Blame streamer bot. Not my fault. Not my fault. But here they come. Let me make sure that it's actually all connected up. Oh. I guess it wasn't. I guess it wasn't. Now it is. Nice. Hey, Voice, what's up, brother? I love those rock formations IRL. Very well recreated here. Thank you. I think so, too. Z-fighting on those hexagons is crazy, though. Yeah, I don't know if I want to leave it, because you can only see it when you're close up. When you're far away, they don't Z-fight. They just create kind of like a rough pattern. Removing the Z-fighting might actually make them look worse. So I don't know.
It's
confused.
Hallway, but what a magnificent hallway it is.
Hallway? Quantum? Thank you for the 5-month Prime sub, brother. Appreciate that, dude. And the longest streak known to man, the 80 stream streaker, has arrived. Look at this fucking guy. Flaunting it. You know what? Deserved. You flaunt it as much as you want. You're the only streak that survived the chaos in the evenings. So, you can do that all you want. Fuck ads! Yeah, fuck ads! Agreed. Fuck 'em. Hate 'em. There's less Z-Fight on concrete. If I could paint the concrete metal, maybe that would be fine then. Actually, I guess, yeah, for testing, I could just make this out of concrete instead of replacing. Yeah, so from far away, you kind of lose the texture. The same problem exists up close, but I'm not sure that's even a problem. I don't know if that's even an issue. Ooh, you know what? I think concrete painted might be better. Is that chrome? Concrete painted chrome, I think, is significantly cooler. Okay, that's a good shout. Thank you, Hans. Very, very good suggestion. Realized I had a Prime sub I hadn't used. Oh, did you use it? Why did it not show up? Well, thank you. Thank you, voice. Ads hit right when you said hi, but I'm good now. Well, hi. Let me just re-say everything. I think all I said was thank you for saying good recreation. That was pretty much it. All right, we're gonna redo this out of the new material. I think this is a better material. Yeah, how you doing, boys? How you doing, brother? The heck is up? Is it basalt that looks like that? I think so. It's got like a dark stone vibe. Whether it looks like dark stone or metal, I think I'm okay either way. I like it regardless. Oh, I have to drop this whole thing down. Or maybe I don't. I don't know. We'll figure it out. You can't... No, you can't replace concrete pillars. It'd be nice if you could replace pillars. Unfortunately, cannot. Yeah, that looks way cooler. The hexagon rock pillars growing from the earth? Oh, like in real life? Oh, I don't know. I don't actually know what they're made of. I am no geologist. I just know that I like them. I do not know many things. Maybe making them double height is actually the play. Because then they'll slot better into the ground automatically. Very hard to see down here. .2 experimental update next Tuesday, apparently. Oh. What is updating? What's changing? What's popping? As they say. Oh, there we go. That's a much better way of doing this. Nice. Okay. Save that over the other one, because that's much better. And then we'll get to replacing these. It is also the last experimental update before 1.2 goes live. Oh, nice. That's big news. That is actual big news. Hell yeah. I love to hear it. So 1.2 is not even that far out then. That is pretty fucking cool. Once again, I'm watching your modeler tutorials to grapple with that program. I don't know if you can call them tutorials, but I hope they help. I think a lot of what I did in those videos is, some of it's wrong now. Some of it I've learned is wrong. And one of them is just like, I'm excited about this program, look at this program. But as long as they help, that's what matters. Is there anything in particular that you're trying to learn more about in regards to that program? Look to see if there are others that may have explained it differently and only found two, but neither had the clear tone of yours. Okay. Well, it does sound like they're helping then. That's good. Looking back, I mean, maybe it's just me looking back on old videos and being like cringing at them. But I feel like the first one was just a lot of me being really excited about the program and not really saying anything about it. I learned about it and I'm like, everybody needs to know about this right now. Just in time for my road build. Yeah, just in time. That's actually good. I'm glad I have this to work on because I was really worried that I would be like forced to take a break and play without my mods. But if 1.2 comes out in like the next few weeks or like in the next month or so, I'll have this to work on. And then once all the mods are updated, I can go back to the barf and actually implement some trucks and stuff. That'll be nice. Love if you did a refresh vid on it, or even on stream. I definitely could. I definitely could. I know a lot more now. I'm torn though about going back and redoing old videos like that. Because it's, you know, they're never gonna be... They're never gonna garner the same audience as the first time. And like, how much do I want to spend retreading the same topic, even if I know I'm gonna do it better, versus making a completely new video. So, while I want to do that, might be difficult to justify. Same thing with the map editor. I really want to do another sim video, or like a completely. That's a little bit more forgivable because I think I only did one of those. But yeah, still, the same thing kind of does apply though. Mods being updated means closer to getting passenger trains as well, since the modder was waiting on 1.2. Nice. Well, that's good. Here, let me make, is there anything on my hotbar here? Oh, there is. It's just invisible for some reason. Okay, we'll do this. Hexagon. Hexagon tile. You guys see what I'm making now? Check work in progress. Are you doing something to do with the hexagons? Or were you just making it to show me how to make it? Here, I've been told to check a couple of times, so I will check. We'll take a look at what everybody's doing over there. Where's my Discord? Hello? I have so many goddamn tabs open. There's Popeye's pipe logistics. The pipe eye. Very colorful. Very, I don't know what the fuck is going on. Nice pipes though. No, building a factory. Ooh, I like that. Yo, you actually managed to make splitters look good. That's nice. Or mergers. I don't know which. But it looks really nice. I like that. What is up, Baron Kartek? Yo, lava basin hexagons? You know it. Check it. Yep. We're doing some of these, and then I'm gonna put some signs underneath them so that they glow through. I just changed around some colors on them too, so I think they look a little bit more solid all the way through. How are you doing, dude? I think I want to have like steep drop-offs actually. That's probably the way that I fix the signs being weird, is by having steep drop-offs at each of the cliff faces. So the signs can kind of just be flat underneath them. So we'll try and keep the elevation of these things pretty close together and have it follow like the natural curve of the ground here. I'll do the signs afterwards, because that feels like a second step I don't really want to deal with right now. Genius. I don't know about that, but you know, I'll take it. It's pretty cool. My preference for starting a factory is using all the resources available at a given spot. Feels wasteful if I'm not. That's a good way to think about it. That is a good way to think about it. Well, especially, yeah, it can help you be a little bit more creative too. Have a little bit more fun with the space. So you decided to keep the same lighting all around? No different tonality gradients? Well, you might not have seen, the racetrack got a little bit bigger. So it used to be just around here. Now it jumps over here. Actually jumps. Comes back around. So I am back in kind of the planning stage. I was finalizing a lot of stuff. Now I'm kind of back to planning and building decorations again. And then we'll figure out the whole gradienting thing if that's going on. They actually do like that, do that like in nature? You mean the steep drop off? Yeah, I think it's gonna look better that way. I think it's gonna look better like that. Also got rid of the buildings on the sides? I did, yeah. I decided to just expand it and have the entire thing be circuit board as much as I could, because I wasn't sure what I was going to put on that elevated bit. So now I'm going to expand it up to that wall, this entire area down here. circuit board. Aside from the spots that are like this to hide elevation changes. That's the plan. I might re-add some buildings on the side in like dedicated locations. Because it looks weird that it's just on the ground. And then it's stone all the way around. Like stuff built into the cliffside would probably be pretty cool. But that is further along than I am now. Little side note, I posted that art I made earlier on your Discord. Is that the nature and there's like a combination of nature and technology? Like the little rose with the little sunflower with the face? It looks really good. Hexes look freaking nice. Thanks, dude. Thanks, dude. Appreciate it. I think they're looking quite good as well. I like them. Yeah, these might not go all the way down. I'm gonna need to stop them at some point. How much time do you have though? Wins the coffee cup. They want building to be wrapped up at the end of May. So I've got about 6 weeks. Got about 6 weeks, and this is my focus. So I think I can do what I want to do. I think I can get it done. I probably don't need to do that side. I definitely think I can get it done. Cybernetic florals. Yeah. No, I really liked it. I love your art all has like a really weird, unique vibe to it. Like it's all stuff that I've not seen before. And like a really good, this is a combination, like I can pick out the little parts, but you get a nice Gestalt vibe to it, where it's clearly unique and synthesized from stuff that you know, but it is way more than those pieces. I think that it really makes it stand out, stand apart. It's looking efficient. Ada's proud. Thank you. Ooh. Yeah, maybe I should stretch down, actually, to cover these cliff faces. And then we'll work off that as a guideline. There's my single hexagon. There it is. I'm glad that I still have the single hexagon, 'cause that'll help. Now it's in color. You got it all colored. I place a couple of these down. We'll go take a look at it. Unlike me, who's procrastinating right now. Oh, what are you procrastinating? What should you be doing? Okay, this is, it's hard to keep these things aligned, doing it like this. Ends up creating weird gaps over a long enough period of time. Got a mechanics exam Saturday, but today I cannot study at all. Just to balance out yesterday's super productive day. Oh, I see. I understand. Sometimes I feel like that. If I have a really productive day, I'm like, today, I'm not doing shit. Hexagons are bestagons? I like them. I'm liking them. Oh. They're just hard to get in place. A little bit. Just a little bit. There we go. Close enough. You know, it is kind of mimicking something in nature. And, you know, nature's not completely symmetrical anyway. It's not perfect. I kind of like that. It meshes with the vibe of, like the synthetic circuit board meshing in with the planet. Feldy, let me take a look at your thing. Ooh, that's some vibrant coloration. I like that a lot. Especially this face, like, peeking out of the plant. I could totally see this being in some kind of, like, sci-fi fantasy, like, cyberpunk universe. Somebody's walking through the woods, and they stumble upon a flower, and they're like, oh, what a pretty flower, and then this fucking face pops out of it and starts talking to them. That's nice. All watercolor. You did good. I don't work with like physical media. Is watercolor difficult to work with? I would imagine it like bleeds around a lot. Nature in my industrial complex? Oh, don't you worry. We're gonna cover up all of the greenery. As much of it as I reasonably can. Maybe I should start up here. I'm gonna have to move this ring. Yeah, I think I want some extra stuff on the ring anyway, so we'll move that. And, I'll start at the top. We'll start right here. Or, like, move this up, aligned with the same... I can't say grid, because it's not on a grid. Not even close. But we're working with it. Hello, biggest intellectus. How are you, friend? Hi, been a second. Yes, it has. How are you? If you know how to control the water flow, it's manageable, but it took me a while to get it right. I gotcha. So it was more of a... You needed some practice to get it down. Okay. Well, you definitely have it down now. It looks amazing. Those basalt-style columns look so sweet. Yeah, I think they are kind of, like, emulating basalt. I think Voice also asked that. I wasn't sure what they were supposed to be, but they kind of are emulating that. Thank you. Thank you. We're going to put some signs underneath them so that they glow up through. But that is going to be the last step. That's going to be the last step. I think I want to make another... Okay, now I'll get all these in place. And then I want to make a couple variants that are just different heights so that they... Because I don't know. What do you guys think? If you look at this, are you able to notice height patterns? Like, does it look like it's a blueprint? A single blueprint? Or is it varied enough that it doesn't look like that? Imagine building stuff like this with no blueprint. I know. That'd be awful. Could not. It does not look artificially replicated. Slightly darker orange and red for more lava-like color underneath. I like that, actually. Yeah. We could do that. I'm thinking I'm gonna do it all along this cliffside to separate these two pieces. So that would be nice. That would give it a lot of nice color contrast if I did a different, darker red. I think that's a pretty good idea. Okay, well, as long as it doesn't, as long as you kind of can't tell that it's just the same blueprint tiled over and over again, then maybe I don't even need to do another one. I think there's enough variance within the blueprint itself that maybe that's not a problem. But it also wouldn't be that tough to just take this blueprint and make it again with all of the pillars at a slightly different elevation. And then just replace the ones I already have. So we'll cross that hexagonal pillar when we come to it. Glad I demolished the monstrosity from yesterday. I think it doesn't look replicated. Okay. Now that I see the repeating pattern here, I can't unsee it. Okay. Well, that's all it takes is one person to notice. I'll just redo a different orientation later once I have all the pieces down. But just getting the tile down first, because I gotta kind of manually place these. They do not, believe it or not, they don't snap together with blueprint mode. Try rotating the blueprint more. I could rotate it the other way around. Yeah, that creates one different orientation. You're right. I can't rotate it too many different ways because they're kind of designed to snap together like this. But I could at least turn it around. Okay, you know what? Yes, you're right. I can see the rotating pattern now. Or the repeating pattern now. When they're like this and a bunch of them are stacked together, let's see, if I were to just rotate like this one and this one, how would that look? That give it enough variance to look okay? It's okay to be a bit of a contrarian. Well, you know, it's not a correct, it's like, do you notice? I just want to know if you notice. Randomly add the single hexagon blueprint on top of some of the towers for variety. Like a couple of taller ones here and there. Yeah, I could do that. I wonder also if it would look good to have some of them completely missing. Like once I add the signs, I might try that. Like if I just cut a random one out here and there. Because the signs are going to struggle to shine through a little bit, but if I have them open, then maybe it won't. I could even leave an entire, like, line of them cut out. I am getting ahead of myself a little bit. I think that does cut up the pattern, doesn't it? A little bit? No? We'll work on adding more variation. Yeah. Yeah. For now, I'll just occasionally rotate the base piece. Overwatch update broke the practice range, so I can't even try the new hero before I play it. Ah, Blizzard. Ah, Blizzard. See how the light looks underneath before you decide you want to remake the whole thing? With slightly spaced out columns. Oh, I will, yeah. No, we'll get in there and figure out how it looks with the light. That's why I want to do everything one stage at a time. I want to get these pieces down first. And then once I know how it looks like this, I can start changing it. So we'll try to do the entire area of this, then I'll add the signs, then I'll add variation and start cutting pieces out. $1 billion company, by the way. Billion. $1 billion. Oh, Cube, you got a spicy meatball sub? Holy brother. Holy brother. I did not end up going to Subway last week, but I really, really fucking wanted to. I convinced myself to just stay home and eat the leftovers that I already had. Because it saved me money. Tastes like a meatball sub. Fuck yeah. I'm 100% stealing this for brutalist nature at the feet of my base. Dude, do it. Do it. A pork bun has arrived. Oh yeah. Feldy, if you don't know, it got moved. Pork bun command is dead. Long live pork bun channel point redemption. Just because it makes a sound now. And like a visual. I don't want it to be super spammable. Although, that doesn't stop that from happening. Manually add some, like with big drops, by just building on top of them with a different nudge height. Manually build some. Oh, you mean like on these ones? They could just have it like come down like this. Wait, I'll come back there later. This is a lot to manage. It's a little overwhelming. Subway feels like it has so many up and downs in quality over my lifetime. It has been one of the most consistent things I've ever eaten, as a contrary statement from me. I really feel. Never tasted Subway? I think if you have one near you, it's worth at least trying. They also have so many different sandwiches that you do have to kind of find the one that you like. I think. Building my base on the low plateau to the left of the swamp waterfall. Having those pillars poke up through the fog in the lower swamp along the edge will look spooky as heck. Oh yeah, with the swamp fog? Oh yeah, that's gonna look really good. To break the pattern? Yeah, that little wall down there may need to have its pattern broken. I think that's the next stage. I want to focus on just getting the entirety of the ground covered, and we can worry about that. We can worry about other stuff. See if I can actually get this, because it's kind of clipped in there. Very, very close. Can't quite select it. Here's Subway. Think of the Auntie Donna skit. Oh, I'm not familiar. Yeah, there is still one down there. Okay, good. I'm gonna probably just take one of these and put it in here. Or maybe not. I don't know. Very difficult to get these. Okay, let me take a single one then. There's my single one. Ever seen one in any city that I lived? They're like everywhere for me. Yeah, their sandwich shop is kind of a knockoff of Subway. I've heard Firehouse Subs is really good. But the one time that I went to try it, it was closed. And then I just never tried again. They permanently lost a customer because they were closed the one time that I tried to go in. It was just my fault, but still. Who's building in the bog next to you? Sarah's factory and her team are building in the swamp. It's really cool over there. From what I've seen so far. Is good. They're doing good stuff. Key times for DPS are all 7+ minutes. Is it because the new hero is a DPS hero? Three Subway execs trying to come up with a sandwich so good that it makes people forget they gave millions of dollars of marketing money to a pedophile. Jared? Yeah, that kind of just left its permanent stain on Subway. I mean, it doesn't influence how tasty their sandwiches are, though. Still gonna eat that meatball marinara. Firehouse is good, but expensive. Yeah. And I think there's not even one near me now. So I wouldn't even have the option. Better get your keister back into Firehouse subs. The best meatball sub. The best? The best? Well, if they're good but expensive, then I may have to stay away. What if I end up liking it? What if you're right? I mean, would you rather know? Would you rather be aware that you cannot buy the tastiest meatball sub in existence because it's expensive? Or would you rather just be blissfully ignorant of that fact? Coffee Stain employees spending hours on map design just for DS to completely cover it to the last strand of grass. I'm not even the first person to do this, but at least I'm doing it in style. Everybody else just does it with a massive slab of concrete. Everybody builds in the fucking sky. Just build their platforms up in the sky. And you're damn right I'm gonna cover up every strand of grass here. You're damn right. I don't want to see a single patch of greenery in this entire place. I want it to all be gone. All of it. Look, there's greenery right there. Let's fix that. Let's fix that. Just as Ada intended. Yes, this is a directive straight from Ada herself. To build this. Came to me in a dream. Maybe that's who's been sending me all of these. Maybe that's who's been beaming all of these ideas into my head. Just to get me back to the factory. That Patreon money isn't gonna spend itself? No, it definitely will. It spends itself on groceries to keep me alive. Takes a lot of nutrients to think up all this stuff. My brain needs to be well fed. Slab of concrete here. Hi, it's me, the slab of concrete. Are you talking shit about my slab of concrete? Build in the sky and walk on the sand. That sounds like a Sun Tzu quote. That sounds like an inspirational Facebook quote. Who needs groceries when you can just eat pale berries and barrel nuts? Dude, I would love to eat the food in this, the little things in this game look so delicious. I want to know what they taste like. There's gotta be a reason that bacon agaric is named bacon agaric. Like, it probably tastes like bacon. But I'll never know. I would also love to eat a pale berry. It looks so juicy. I bet it's the juiciest fucking fruit you've ever eaten. Does it make you upset that you'll never know what that tastes like? Because it does for me. Bacon agaric is real? It is? Is it based on a real... Is it based on a real treasure chest? The first thing that comes up is all of the satisfactory stuff, but that might just be my search engine being biased. What is it called in real life? Is it called bacon agaric? It's literally 2 pages of... Wait. Is it this? I don't actually know. I'm finding conflicting images. I don't know what it actually looks like. All of it's just satisfactory search results. Does sound like Sun Tzu. One must first build in the sky before they can walk upon the sands. Looks like uncooked meat. I mean, maybe? Would you name something based on its look or based on its flavor? I guess that's hard to say. Because given enough time, the person who named the orange basically invented the flavor orange. Marasmius Tagetti color. Okay. Let's look that up. Ooh. Is that an edible mushroom? Look at this shit. That looks good. That looks like a fairy tale mushroom. That looks like it would taste like candy. You know, no, you know what that looks like? That looks like the teacup plants from Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. Like, I feel like it would have the same, you would bite it and it would crack. Like that same consistency. It looks like glass. I wonder if this is poisonous. Okay. I'm not gonna use the fucking Google autocomplete AI, and I'm not going to Reddit to figure out if this mushroom is poisonous. But if that's edible and I can get my hands on one, I want to eat one. Also a mushroom called chicken of the woods. Apparently tastes like chicken when fried. That's sick. I've heard of that one. It does not taste like bacon. It probably just tastes like fucking mushroom. Maybe I shouldn't eat it, because then I'll just be disappointed. Like, if I ate it and it didn't taste notable or remarkable, I would just be sad. So maybe it's a good thing that I don't. Maybe it's a good thing that I don't do that. Looks like candy. It does. Everything is edible once. Okay. Just eat it on your deathbed. Seems to be unedible. Well, you know what? Maybe that's for the best. Because now I don't even have the choice. Like, I don't even have a choice, and I'll never know. And it will always be a mystical, out of reach flavor. I'm just gonna choose to believe it tastes like bacon. And if anybody wants to prove me wrong, they can die eating the toxic bacon mushroom. It's not highly poisonous. Just poisonous enough. Okay. Contains about 500 species of agarics, of which a few, such as Marasmius aureates, are edible. However, most members of the genus are small, unimpressive brown mushrooms. It is unclear if the Tegeta color is edible. That just means nobody has tried. And maybe that's because nobody lived to tell about it. Maybe someone did try, but they couldn't come back and tell anybody about it. The statement, it is unknown whether this thing is edible in modern day, like, information age, is a little concerning. Like, that just means someone tried to eat it and then they died, so they couldn't tell anyone. Give me some medicine and I'll tank it. I mean, there is a degree to which people do that. So it's somewhere in between eating ice cream, knowing that you're lactose intolerant just because fucking ice cream, and eating a toxic mushroom knowing it's gonna kill you. That would honestly be one of the best ways to go out. Is just like, you know, if you know you're gonna die, why not? Just eat some stuff that you wouldn't otherwise be able to eat. If you know for sure. Somebody came up to you and was like, you're gonna die. You're gonna die in 60 minutes. You just spend, and like you knew, you believed them. I would just spend the last 60 minutes doing a bunch of shit that I knew would probably kill me. But I've always wanted to do. Like, eating a Tide Pod. Made a nice house in Satisfactory? Made a nice house. We got here. Ooh, I like that. That's not yours, but might as well, we'll take a look at some stuff here. Dude, okay, your fried chicken cube? Okay, I'm so fucking confused because I see Popeye's name and I think that he's fried chicken, but he's not. He's I'm a gamer. I need like internal code names for you guys because everybody has a different, from like Twitch to Discord. It confuses the hell out of me. Because I think I've fried chicken, Popeye. Anyway, my bitching over. Compact machinery. Death row inmate asks for a bacon agark as his last meal and dies disappointed. Yo, this looks really nice. I like that. It's kind of like a modern house. Or one of those like post-modern houses. Is this a blueprint? The same consistency. Yeah, not everybody has that level of consistency, and for a lot of people it probably doesn't matter. But for me, it makes it less confusing. You do have a very handsome profile pic. Bye-bye. You do. You do. The difference of dying peacefully or with crippling internal pain from eating a fucked up mushroom? Yeah, but if I'm gonna die... Okay, by the time I die, I really hope that they make those sarcopods widely available and, like, affordable, so I could just do some fucked up shit and then get in one of those and overlook a sunset and, like, not care about the consequences. You need to have some way to avoid the consequence. That's the point. Is to avoid the consequences of the death mushroom. That looks great, Cube, though. That looks great. I like your modern housing solution there. It looks nice. Imagine it's just slightly toxic that gives you diarrhea and you die uselessly shat. That is incredible. Incredible combination of words you've strung together there. Yeah, yeah, see, Popeye has an amazing profile pic. The chin angle. Had an amazing idea with edible Tide Pods. So people can eat the Tide Pods and not die. Feel like that would be... that would invite countless legal action. But, if you could get around that... Yeah. Then they'd all have to be edible. Because if one of them is edible, and their competitors aren't, then it's like, well, you're responsible for the kid that eats the non-edible Tide Pod. Anybody seen that image of the red hot muzzle suppressor? With the caption that it's like the forbidden popsicle? I love the concept of forbidden foods. Makes 150 megawatts of power, by the way. 2 coal gens worth. Are those... Did I see biomass burners in there jammed into the machines? Make it and call it a bite pod. That's good. That's good marketing. It would look a little different. It would be legally distinct. Yeah, you wouldn't be able to get away with calling them that or making them look like that just for pure, like, copyright purposes. I'm sure. I can't quite get at this one. There we go. I hope I'm not overdoing it with objects here. I don't think I am. I think people are doing some pretty crazy stuff. Candy gel. Surely it could be packaged to look like a Tide Pod. This might already exist. Is anybody available to do some research and figure out if this already exists? I feel like it could. Very well. Leaving a bit of rock exposed? No, this is a work in progress. It's a work in progress. We're fixing it. Don't worry. It takes time. That's why I'm here. Here to fix this up. Make it the basalt column of your dreams. You know? Company that does that, like fake silica packets. I've never understood the desire to eat the desiccant. But I do understand the desire to eat the Tide Pod. Is there a hotkey to go to the blueprint menu? No. There is not, unfortunately. That got asked about, though, in one of the dev streams a little while back. I don't remember what they said. I think they said that they would look into it because it's not something that would, like... It's not a problematic addition, it just doesn't exist right now. As far as I know. Edible Tide Pods have been made. Alright. I'm gonna try and get one. That would be a fun idea for a stream, actually. Or just get a bunch of, like, edible shit that's not... It's, like, stuff that's not supposed to be edible. I feel like... No, Twitch might not like that, actually. That might fall under self-harm. I'd have to make it abundantly clear, and even then, I think they probably wouldn't like that visual being represented. You'd have to... Because people are gonna see that. Earlier today, they were asking the devs about transparent pipes, and they just looked at the camera and says, you can't complain about performance and then ask for a transparent pipe with liquid in it. Yeah, the people who are asking about the transparent pipes clearly don't understand what that would do to the game. Press a number while hovering the blueprint, and you can cycle through the hotbars with a combination like Alt and mouse scroll or something like that. Yeah, you can make hotbars for blueprints. You can do that. It's not the same as a blueprint menu hotkey, especially if you already have your hotkey or your hotbars taken up. Like I have some of mine taken up. We got some ads coming up here in just a moment, chat. I think I'm probably gonna take a break. I've been sitting for a couple of hours, so you won't miss anything. We're just gonna go on a brief little BRB while the ads play. And then we can come back and keep chatting about things that we wish were edible but aren't and will kill us. Doesn't that sound fun? Thanks for hanging out today, guys. I hope you're having a good time. Ads will be playing for 3 minutes, and then we'll come right back. Hello, everybody. Back. Ads are just about over. Talking about the, what are those jelly beans called? That are like, one is gross and one is okay? Bean boozled. Yeah. I think that would be a little bit different. Doing the bean boozled, I think, would be a little bit different than doing, eating a Tide Pod. Because the bean boozled, at least those look like jelly beans, and they only taste bad. I feel like eating something that looks like a Tide Pod on camera would maybe be a little bit sketchy. I don't know anybody who works at Twitch though, but maybe I'll see if I can reach out and ask, hey, what are the rules on eating something that looks suspiciously like a Tide Pod, but is not a Tide Pod? And does this also apply to silica gel packets? And honestly, what else? What else is like a thing that people romanticize eating but is definitely just poison? Like a bottle of bleach? Something like that? One of them, and it was either chocolate or dog poop. I think I got dog poop. You don't know? I feel like if you got dog poop, you would know. Was that not obvious? Was it not very, very abundantly clear that it was dog poop? Didn't end up tasting that bad? I don't know why. It just, yeah, wasn't particularly potent. I don't know. Old Band-Aid is potent. Yeah. God. Yeah, that sounds awful. I might have to, thing is, I've always been really curious, like, how do you make something taste like that? And how accurate actually, like, I know it would be fucking disgusting. But I have always been curious. I'll get some of those. When 1.2 drops, I am doing a charity stream. So maybe I'll get some Bean Boozled for that. And make that one of the incentives. Alcohol? Hydrogen peroxide. I mean, alcohol is fine. You can drink alcohol on stream. You just can't do it in excessive quantities. I meant something that people would be like, ooh, this is like the forbidden... Or are you suggesting alcohol as a replacement for the bleach? Or isopropyl alcohol? I don't know if I've ever seen anybody romanticizing drinking, like, acetone. But I'm sure somebody's done it. Cool, which charity? It's called Stack Up. It's called Stack Up. They do stuff that benefits veterans. And just mental health in general. But they do it through gaming. They send care packages out to people who are either like serving, or, you know, families of people who are serving, just to give them, you know, something to do, something to take their mind off of it. Brake cleaner. Blinker fluid. And now you guys are just doing the word association game. This is good though. This generates ideas. Fucking blinker fluid. Yeah, we need you to go down to the shop down the road and get us some striped paint. Yeah, they might not know what you're talking about right away, but you just keep asking. Just keep asking. Dude, I love that shit too. I Does anybody have any good ones of those other than blinker fluid and striped paint? I don't really know how to explain the trope, but if you know what those things are, then you know the trope. Poor BMW owners can't afford blinker fluid. Dude, I swear to God, I see some people every day that can't afford blinker fluid. I feel really bad for them. Because they definitely don't use their blinkers, and I'm thinking, man, they must be dry. Board stretcher. A board stretcher? I know that some sailors used to drink aftershave when they didn't have alcohol in the middle of the ocean. I mean, I guess, yeah, any port in a storm. Like, if that's your only option, I suppose. Especially because, yeah, you're probably going stir crazy on that boat. Like, you need something. $600 million anti-protons. I don't think so. Alright, how's this progress coming along? Getting a nice wall down? It's probably like... maybe like a third of the way covered. I really like the way the light shines up on this wall here. Well, from when you're looking at it above, I guess. It's going to be an interesting process flipping the signs into this. I'll get it figured out, though. I'll get it sorted. Don't get any ideas, dog. Keep those ideas where I can see them. Oh yeah, speaking more about the charity thing, I've been working on some ideas for incentives for stuff that I could do. I'm gonna share a little bit. I was keeping it a little bit secret, but I want to talk about it. So when 1.2 comes out, I want to do a playthrough for the charity stream that is with the randomized nodes and the randomized purities. So that's going to be like the baseline. And then I also want to have there be like donation incentives where you can disable categories of items from being built. So like I might have to build an entire factory without using foundations, for example, because somebody paid to delete foundations from my available pool. I also want to do pay to randomize the purity of a given node. Or randomize the overclock of a given miner. So like I won't be able to choose the overclock on my extractors. They'll be randomized. And then people can donate to like randomize them further. So those are a couple of the ideas that I've got so far. I also, anybody's seen the Satisfactory mod? Zero, you're probably gonna like this. That's a hog, not a dog? Foolish. You're probably gonna like this. I want to use the Satisfactory mod and let people pay to install hazards in my factory. Wipeout style hazards in the factory that will ragdoll me if I accidentally touch them. So I'll be trying to progress through. I might even do like 2 times space elevator parts or something. So I'll be trying to progress through the game while people are fucking with my miner clock speed, placing traps in my factory, and deleting my build category so I can't use them anymore. That's possible. That would be cool. I'm gonna have to self-regulate a lot of the stuff because it's not something that I can do with integration, but they could definitely do it by just having someone say like what category or what item they want me to not be able to use, and then I just don't use it. Like I just put it on a banned list of items. Self-inflicted crowd control. Yeah. Yeah, it's like a self-inflicted handicap. Well, chat-inflicted. You love ragdolls in this house? I know you do. I love them too. It would be amazing if there was a way to get some kind of chat integration that like pressed a button on my keyboard and that button is the ragdoll button. I would fucking kill for that. I don't know, a bit redeem that just ragdolls me. Like 100 bits, I fucking ragdoll. On demand. Because, like, I could see that and press the ragdoll key, but it wouldn't be the same as just somebody being able to ragdoll me on demand. All buildings underclocked to 1%. See, I was thinking about somebody being able to choose the clock speed of a given miner, but then that would definitely happen. So, I think it's more fun, and it adds a little bit of gamba, you know? Like, everybody loves a good gamba, don't they? That way, it's kind of a double-edged sword, in a sense. Because if it's a low clock speed, then somebody who wants to be helpful can randomize it to try and get it higher. But that means that it could also fail. And it could backfire. Satisfactory needs Twitch integration. Yeah, that would be really cool. There is one mod for Twitch integration for Satisfactory, but the only thing it does is let you spawn spiders. That's it. Well, and other creatures, but you need to be able to do things like more than that. I think it would just be so complex to do anything meaningful with that integration. So it'd be difficult. I would love it though. Someone ragdolls you while you have a hover pack over a void. Yep, I guess that could just happen. It will eventually be a moment in time where an intelligent species, they're the last one left. Why would you type that? That's so depressing. I don't want to think about that. Using 1.2 experimental for random nodes, you can make toilet spawns. Guess we'll be on a fresh save. I will. I will be on a fresh save for the first time in a long time. It's gonna be fun. I'm so excited. I'm so excited to try my hand at, like, the early game again, now that I have all of my knowledge. I don't just want to rush through everything, either. I want to, like, kind of take my time to work within what I have. to make things look acceptable. You know, I'll probably rush through, like, the foundations or whatever, but following that, I don't want to rush. I still want to take a bit of time, enjoy the process. Unless you're on creative. No, I won't be on creative. Nope. I will be doing a full, fresh 1.2 save, not on creative. I usually don't like playing on creative. This event is an exception. I normally don't. Although it has generated me a lot of cool ideas, I will say. It definitely has. Okay, let me see how far over I need to go with this here. I think if I do this and maybe cut that heatsink off, this jump will still be fine. Yeah, let's do that. And this is kind of the flattest piece. And we can do a little bit of that. Hey, user error. Holy, the hex pattern is sick. Thanks. It's turning out really nice. We're gonna put some signs underneath it so it glows through. Once I got the whole thing down, that is. Yeah, and I guess I have to decide. I probably do want this going all the way across. How are you doing, user error? So yeah, maybe I'll scrap that and just make it wider all the way across. I want these areas to feel like they're separated. I'm experimenting with painting foundations to plan where my machines will be placed. It's helping. Yeah, nice. That definitely does help to place down the foundations and, like, paint them ahead of time. I'm going now, bye. See you, Popeye. Oh, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. See you, Popeye. I'll be going for about another hour and a half. So yeah, if I don't see you, take care, brother.
It's fucking disgusting.
Disgusting. Doing my best not to crash out at work. How is that going? What is the source of your potential work-related crash out? I work in corporate at a tech company. If you know, you know. I'm afraid I don't know, but I won't make you talk about it if you don't want to. You can come in here and forget about it. And simply enjoy the vibes. That lizard doggo is about to be relocated. Bro's AIing. Oh. Is that true? Corpo work sounds bad no matter how you slice it. I've never been in corpo work. My entire experience with corpos is being under them and them being very disconnected from the frontline workers, but I imagine that being in corp probably has its own set of problems. Personally, I'm not AIing. I'm doing my best to avoid that too. Good man. Good man. Who's ready for FH6 in May? What is FH6? They're disconnected inside their own bubble too? I bet, yeah. Forza Horizon. Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, not me, but I hope it's good. I mean, despite what might be suggested by the event that I'm working on, I'm actually not a big racing guy. I don't usually do such things. Ooh, these are gonna overlap weird, huh? I think that's kind of just unavoidable at this point. It's okay if they overlap a little bit. Can't wait to see people drifting down the mountain to Deja Vu. That is pretty sick. You know, drifting I can get behind. My brother-in-law is a drift fanatic, and he has his own sim, and it is really fucking cool. But I feel like that is also one of those things where I'm just gonna watch. I'm just gonna watch, because I don't think that I could do that. It's a lot of movements, a lot of stuff you have to learn and just like bake into your muscle memory. It's hard. Could apply to another position at my company right now and probably meet most of the requirements. Salary range is like 85 to 175K. Rather stock shelves at Walmart. Yeah. Yeah, I hated my last stocking job, but I also have never worked in your position. But I get it. If they're as disconnected within their own workspaces as they are from frontline to corpo, then I imagine working with them is probably really fucking obnoxious. Honestly, the fact that you hate it, I think means you're probably more tolerable to be around. Like that automatically makes me think that you're less annoying. Everybody who I've ever worked with that has had like a long-standing corporate job, um, they're not very pleasant to be around. Game's like $70, but I'm gonna get it anyways. Well, whatever makes your heart happy. Whatever makes your heart happy. It's soul crushing? Man, I'm sorry to hear that. Being in a job like that is really fucking rough. Being in a job that just drains you day in, day out is like that sucks. Hey Pocket. Honeycomb. Honeycomb. You got it. The money's good, but you're gonna be a shell by the time you're done. Yeah, it's one of those positions where maybe it doesn't matter how good the money is. It would be a hard fought battle every day. You kind of just rather have like less money and not be dead inside. I mean, that's kind of why I started doing what I'm doing here, is because I'd rather be a little bit worse off financially and actually do something that doesn't make me want to kill myself every day. I've worked some pretty bad, like, honestly, I might even do well in your position, but I hate mundane jobs. Like, the worst job I've ever worked is in an Amazon warehouse. That is fucked. I don't know how anybody is a lifer at Amazon. They have such an incredible turnover rate on their employees that while I was there, they were turning over like 200% of the employees that they were hiring. And the average stint was like 2 to 3 months long. Which makes sense because they have no hiring requirements, but still, like, it says a lot that everybody wants to leave as soon as they get there. $100%. All my jobs are soul crushing and I made no money. Double whammy. A lot of them are like that, yeah. Good for mental and physical health. If you've got the ability to, yeah. I know not everybody does. I'm in a very fortunate position that I can make that choice. Oh, Heather appeared for a moment, but then lurked away. Thank you for the lurk. I haven't done any warehouse-style jobs. I consider those equally bad on the soul-crushing, and then worse because of the pay. Yeah. Yeah, they are. I mean, the work itself is actually fine, but working for Amazon specifically, it's just... Like, it's not hard work, it's just very mundane, and you're making no clear difference. Like, as an individual, you really are just a worker ant. Like, you can move 250 boxes in, like, a couple of hours. Doesn't matter. There's always more. There's no end point, so it's just, like, one thing blends into the next, and then you do that for 8 hours, or 10 hours in my case, because I was doing 4 10s. And then you come back the next day and you do it again. And there is literally no end to it. And there's no payoff either. You know, because if you were doing something mundane for a really long time, and then you got to the end of that, and you changed it up a little bit and you're like, okay, this project is done, I'm moving on to the next thing, that would be different. But the fact that you don't have any goal, there is no goal. The goal is work until you die. And I don't like that. I want that. You know, I like to have a little bit more freedom to kind of do what I want, but then also find an end point to something. So that I'm not just doing the same mundane thing forever. Like, what I'm doing right now is pretty mundane. I'm just doing the same shit, but I know that there's an end goal to it. And that makes it bearable. And then some pencil pusher is like, why didn't you push 320 instead of 250? Yeah, and it's like, well, you come down here and try and do this. Literally, when I worked at that Amazon warehouse, you had your Amazon login, like your employee login, attached to the little scanner gun that you would use to check in and out boxes depending on your job, and they had established standards for what people were supposed to be doing per hour, and if you weren't, they would call you over and be like, I noticed that you weren't doing the recommended 100 boxes an hour, and we're just wondering why. You know, we need to get those numbers up. It's like, I don't know, maybe because I'm wrestling with jumping off this scissor lift instead of doing my job. Do you want to do my job? All the work you do is pointless. Yeah, like, it gets something to someone, but you don't get to see that. You just get to see the interim work. I don't know, maybe it would be different if I knew the work I was doing was getting someone, like, something they need. Because, you know, everybody's ordered something on Amazon and knows what it's like to be waiting for that thing and really excited for your thing to come, and then you get it and you're like, I got a thing. But I don't get to see that as Warehouse Man 1 out of 5 million. I just get to put the box from cart A into cart B. Did you see the things people ordered? No. No, the things... I didn't work in a packaging facility. I worked in a transfer facility. So everything we did... A typical day in this warehouse was I get assigned to either inbound, outbound... Yeah, it was inbound or outbound. So inbound takes stuff off of the trucks and scans it into the system, and then puts it on these carts. And once a cart is full, you put it over to the forklift guys. And then the forklift guys either lift it up into a rack and store it, or they take it off the rack into a cart for outbound. So it was literally just a transfer facility. I didn't see a single thing, it was just boxes. Endless boxes. Yeah, so like I didn't even know. And I mean, better for privacy, but it was just boxes. Fucking mountains of them. Literally, this place was massive. There were tens of thousands of boxes in those racks at any given time. It's honestly impressive. Like from a pure logistics standpoint, it was actually really cool to get to see the inside of that. Just to kind of understand how it works. They know exactly what you get. It says on their gun as well. Oh, if it was telling me what people were getting, I wasn't paying attention to that. So, maybe it does, but I don't know that that would have really changed anything. I tried to tell myself that I was an integral part of the chain that was getting people their items. Because, you know, I was, but it didn't make it any better. I killed a lot of time in that job, hanging out at the top of a scissor lift in an aisle, like very slowly offloading boxes, listening to podcasts under my hat. That was the only way that I stayed sane. And you're not supposed to wear a hat. It's dangerous because there are many, many moving vehicles. But I would have either quit or taken a considerable amount of fall damage if I didn't. I would not recommend working at an Amazon warehouse, suffice it to say, unless you really have no other option. Because, I mean, they will literally hire anybody. There are no requirements to working at an Amazon warehouse. They will do all of the training on site. They didn't even conduct an interview. I just walked in and, like, I filled out some paperwork. Actually didn't even do a drug test, which is good that they didn't make me. And they just told me when to show up. Me with headphones built into my hat. I wore a beanie with little earbuds underneath. I know what it's like to hide in a warehouse for way longer than you need to try to preserve sanity. Yeah. It was rough. It was rough. There was one day right at the very end of my employment there that I think may have been my final day. Where I was the only one there. Everybody else had been offered to go home early and they kept me. I don't know why they kept just me, but it was just me and my boss. So like, I didn't feel like I could hide in the frenzy. And I'm like, man. I remember riding around that forklift and just being like, what the fuck am I doing? Drug test is fun. No needles equals better for my soul. You're not a fan of needles, Death Switch? I'm okay with needles. I don't really mind them. I haven't been traumatized by them, and I think it's because I haven't really needed much, like, other than vaccinations and blood draw, but I have really prominent veins, so I've never had to go, like, they've always hit me first time. And I've never had a drug test done on blood. Only urine. G'd out? Yeah, I was. They juiced all the G's out of me. At that point, you'd think they just automate the whole process. Why hire humans if you're going to treat them like machines? They just can't yet. You know they would. The reason that they aren't is because they can't. If they could, and it was cheaper, then they would. They absolutely would. Oh, I guess I kind of do need to put this a little bit further out, don't I? I was idly building while complaining, and I think I built it a bit wrong. Maybe the boss is testing you? Maybe. Regardless of the reason behind it, that was my last day, and then I just didn't show up the next day. I figured I probably gave them enough time. They could find someone else after that. Cube, that's awful. There's just blood shooting out of your arm? What the hell, brother? Got a needle broke. Oh, okay. You both have fun needle stories. That's awful. I'm glad that I have not experienced any ounce of that happening. Jeezy juice. Now sold at all major retailers near you. That's my gamer girl bathwater. If I ever sell my bathwater, that's what I'll call it. It's a work in progress on the automation part. They are planning it though. I know. Yo, what's up, Rice? Yo, it is very fortuitous that you arrived to flip tables just at this moment. We're listening to your music. $144 came on and you flipped a table at the exact same moment. Windows ceases to exist on this computer. Hell yeah. You'd buy it? I feel like it's a really weird feeling to think that there is a non-zero amount of people that would buy that. Who's in it for the Jeezy juice? Anybody want me to start this venture sooner rather than later?
The pit.
What are the thoughts? Should I do it before or after the charity event? Or during? Should I use the charity event to promote my gamer boy bath juice? You guys are feeding the pit god good today. Non-zero. Nice. Sorry, didn't mean to summon you, Zero. Something Booty had? It's called Booty Juice. It's a bottle that he has in his merch shop. That's an awful name. That is so awful.
If I was programmed to experience joy, this would probably bring me some.
But very on brand. I believe it. I thought when I heard him say that he was just being booty, but I guess he actually does have a thing. Banger song? Yeah, bang a song.
Fixit has detected an abnormally high level of new chat members.
Oh shit.
Prepare for a raid, and if you must panic, please refrain from doing
Raid
so
time?
in company time.
Who be it? Chunky Junkie, welcome in. And welcome in Raiders. Hi everybody. Chunky Junkie, how was your stream today, brother? What were you playing? What were you doing? Was it amazing? I hope so. Nelsis, welcome in. Chunky Junkie, hello. Hello. Welcome, everybody. We're currently working on a racetrack for the Coffee Cup Discord race event. Type exclamation mark race in the chat if you want a little bit more information. But the basic gist is, starts there, track, ends there. We're going on a bit of a circuit board style. A bit of a tiled circuit board style where all of these are little components that you're driving past and over. And right now we're working on a bit of a basalt hexagon column inspired separation piece between these two elevations, because there was quite a steep elevation here. This is what we're working on today. We're just tiling it down. It was good. Playing Satisfactory and some other games I don't want to talk about. Okay, fair enough. Boyfriend dungeon? Hmm? Well, good. I'm glad I'm glad. What kind of satisfactory gamer are you, Chunky Junkie? Are you a logistics man? Are you a beauty builder? Or are you somewhere in the middle? Where do you fall on the spectrum? And are you on the spectrum? A follow-up question. What do you think about trains? The game was shit. I'm sorry to hear that. I haven't heard of that one. Maybe I'll check it out sometimes. He was playing Arc Knights? Oh, okay. Yeah, I never ended up checking that one out. I know Jug was yelling at me to check it out for a while, saying that it was really good, but I never did. That Arc Knight Enfield game? Somewhere in the middle? Okay. Okay. Well, you can fall wherever you want. This game accepts all types. Everybody is welcome here. But we do love trains in this house. I am a beauty builder. I like obsessing over many, many details. And taking my time. Did someone mention trains? Yes. Yes. You know, the worst part about this race event is I'm not allowed to do anything with trains. I think that might actually be the worst part. Is that if I could have a train flowing through here, that would be so sick. Maybe I'll special request. Maybe I'll special order one. The anti-goon game. You don't have time for anything else. Yeah. I barely even have time to meet my basic human needs. The combat looked okay as a viewer. Crappy voice acting in English. The building mechanic looked more like being a part-time electrician. Oh, okay. Satisfactory does it better. That's kind of what I figured. I heard gacha factory game with waifus, and I was immediately like, that sounds like it's gonna be popular for like a couple weeks, at best. Well, if you really think about it, the Pioneer is kinda wild. Why is the Pioneer kinda wild? What are you thinking about that makes you say those things? Satisfactory is so much better. I love this game. I love this game. It's such a great canvas for all of your bringing all of your factory dreams to life, and also non-factory dreams. Racetrack dreams. They know what a manifold is. I know what a manifold is. Does that make me wild? Pioneers Gone Wild. Would Pioneers Gone Wild just be like... It would just be looking inside the spaghetti of the factory. Like, set to some really horny music. Oh, you want to see what I got going on underneath? Alright. Shows you my spaghetti.
The number of followers has just increased by 1. You are now slightly less alone.
Chunky Junkie, thank you for the follow. Making me feel slightly less alone today. Appreciate that. Did you ever see the Brain Rot Pioneer video? No, I have not. The manifold thing is a B.L. Andrew joke. Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I don't get that one. That's an in-joke that I don't understand. Underneath, and it's just my spaghetti logistics. Yeah. It's just your spaghetti logistics, and it's like a bunch of belts that clip into each other. Ooh, that makes an interesting texture on these things. Want to see something really naughty? Shows you my overlapping belts. Shows you non-ethical clipping. Yeah, only belts. That sounds like an untapped lucrative market, actually. We should figure that out. The oiled up belts. And they're just, yeah, they're just belts actually carrying oil. Like packaged oil. Pioneers gotta get their fix somehow, I guess. Okay, I think that's probably good there. And we can just keep going this way. I really like this. This looks amazing. And it's just extra sloppy alumina. Ooh, I like it extra sloppy. Sorry. If you go to Only Pioneers, it takes you to B.L. Andrews' stream. Does it really? Does he own that domain? And use it as a redirect to his stream? Are you joking? Just imagine a factory where all the machines are walled in and all you can see is belts. Okay, that's a good idea. That is genuinely a good idea. For like an April Fool's factory or something. I know we were tossing around the idea of none of the bauxite, but that's an even better idea. Where you build the factory in reverse, so all you can see is the spaghetti. And your machines are like cleanly, neatly hidden within the subfloor. He does? That's some serious commitment to the bed. I can appreciate that. I like that. Cue the hot meat. Dude, every time I raid B.L. Andrews' stream, for some reason, that's the clip that plays. And I have no idea why it's always that one. It seems like he has a system in place that automatically plays a clip from the person who's rating him. But like, I have so many other clips. Why is it always that one? It's happened twice. Which I guess statistically is, you know, like I should rate him again to see if that happens. But it's really weird that it happened twice. You know? It's really weird. I don't want to be the hot meat guy, you know? I'm more than that. I think he has to manually update the latest clip. Oh, really? It hasn't updated in a while. Oh, maybe maybe it like grabs one from the first time that you raid? Because that may have been around the time that I first raided him. And then like past that point, it has to be manually updated. Okay. I should ask him. I'll ask him to update it to the clip where I'm talking about Jeezy Juice instead. He's got some crazy automations. He does. They're really cool. I love that stuff. I love cool stream automations. Here, guys, just be aware we do got ads coming up. They are approaching here in just a sec. Something, 2 nickels. Yeah. But it's weird that it's happened twice. Alright, let's get to work doing this little cliff face here. I want more of those for my stream. I want more automations and stuff. I'm sitting on a couple really cool ideas, but I just don't really know where to begin with the implementation of some of that stuff. Back for a few minutes. How are we doing today? Quantum. Brother, doing good. I believe the vibes are immaculate, and we're getting some good work done on this. I'll let you take a look and judge. I think it's going pretty well. I think the separation is coming along nicely. I'm gonna extend it all the way from there. We got a little bit to fill in there, and then all the way over to the wall on that side. And hopefully that ends up cleanly separating these two areas. I really like it. And then we can start tossing some signs beneath them so they glow. Where's my little one? Actually, my little one is on my hotbar. I don't even need to do that. Really cool looking. Gives me Booty vibes. Oh, did Booty also do something like this? Didn't realize it, but my logistics river is actually a modular factory. Because I can just keep bringing resources in later along the river. Yeah, nice. Keep adding to it. Struggled through editing a few video clips for alerts in DaVinci Resolve. Absolute basic shit, just cutting off the start and end of the full clip to get the line that I want. Do you have very little experience with Resolve? Is that why it was more of a struggle? Never done it before. I think it's a really good program to know how to use. Just because it's, you know, it's like I think it's the free video editing software that pretty much everybody uses. There's a lot of documentation out there. Well, good for getting your hands on it and starting to make some stuff. Exporting also has more steps than I thought it would. Yeah, depending on what you want out of it, it definitely does. If you're okay with just, if you're okay with just like an audio clip, if you just want an audio clip, then that's one thing. If you want like a video clip, that's one thing. If you want like a transparent video clip, that's fucked. Yeah. There's a lot in there. There's a lot in there to mess around with. Stuff that I still don't fully understand. Like, I only just recently learned about, video and audio codecs. Trying though. Trying to intake some information and learn something new. Okay, VSDC. Free and pretty easy to use compared to DaVinci. Voice, did you find DaVinci was like... I guess I've been using it for a little while, so I might be, I might have forgotten how difficult it was at the beginning. What were you, like, struggling with at the beginning of using it? That's what I use for my music and factory videos. Really like the audio visualizer. Ah, okay. People make crazy redeems that cut the characters out, and you can see the streamer behind the scene. Oh yeah, I've done a couple of those. It takes a long time. Those take a long time. You mean like making multiple video clips and overlaying them so that you can kind of be in the scene? I guess I don't really need to go down below this level, because this is going to cover that up. I don't want to add too many items. I've been told that I need to delete anything that isn't visible to try and save on total items. So I won't go too far down here. Just enough to close it off. Such a capable program that the basic tools are buried within the complex stuff, and I just don't have the experience to know what to look for. Yeah, no, that's totally true. It is a very capable program, but it is hard to know where to begin. Like, I don't know if you've even opened up the Fusion page in DaVinci, but there's a lot of shit in there. And, it's scary. It's scary in there. Like, you can do a lot of things with it, but you need to spend a lot of time in there to be able to do that. I like it though. I mean, I guess I kind of have to, because I don't really have a lot of other options. But as far as like free software goes, it felt like it kind of just worked for what I needed it to do right out of the box. The only time that wasn't true is when I wanted to make some of my stream redeems. Yeah. I don't know if that's a thing that's exclusive to DaVinci or if that's just a thing that is a problem everywhere. But it was annoying to deal with. Alright, delete this guy. I'll just go down the whole way. Can I clear a hotbar spot without replacing it in Satisfactory? Um, I don't know, actually. I always clear by just replacing it and then removing the thing. I feel like you probably can't, though. If you just take something and, like, sweep it across your whole line, and then delete it, you can clear a row like that. I don't know if that's what you're already doing. You Rice, you always got the tech hookups. You always know whenever there's a program that's needed. You always know what to suggest. I may have to bring this down here. My finger on the pulse of good apps. I think it's because you notice a lot of stuff that other people don't. Like you're a very good technology and app critic. Because you notice a lot of other stuff that other people would just like let slide or deal with. Stems from my hatred for Windows. I believe it. I believe it. Almost exclusively try new stuff based on recommendations. Yeah, you know what? I'm sure I thanked you for it, but Rice, you recommended Bitwarden over Dashlane, and it has been such a fucking improvement. You do have your finger on the pulse of good apps and good shit. Because that saves me $60 a year. I like just don't have to pay that now for exactly the same features. And a slightly worse UI, but who cares? On God, we all hate Windows. I'm only on Windows because I have not taken the time to attempt to change. But no love lost the moment that I decide to go ahead and do that. Don't recommend anything I wouldn't personally use. Yeah. Yeah, that's good too. That's a good way to be. Just spooking this poor doggo around. We could like come along here. I can't really lift this up anymore. Unless I guess I could use a different piece. Because I'd really like not to have this grass peeking through. Let's try and use a different piece. Recommend Cache OS? Nabara is no bueno. Oh, okay, so that's changed quite a bit. Nabara was the one that I was going to take a look at, because I remembered a while back. That was the one that you said. Cache OS, okay. music service recommendations over Spotify? I feel like he probably does. Can't afford to buy all the stuff I listen to individually. I don't know if some of it is even available outside of Spotify. Yeah, I don't know. I'm a YouTube music user because I kind of have to be. I don't have much of a choice in the matter. And it's usually fine. Sometimes the autoplay, the radio is a little weird. But get past it. Time to work on the rail network expansion. Hell yeah, brother. I hope it goes well. We love a rail network expansion. I don't remember why I had this as low down as I did before. It was probably because of some old design element that's no longer implemented. Do buy a lot of my music? Beatport. Streaming, I really just use YouTube. Can't be bothered with Spotify. YouTube is kind of nice. Because then, like, all of my stuff is in one spot. Hate subservices in general, but Spotify keeps trying to shove podcasts and audiobooks, now videos down my throat. I just want music. Yeah. Terrified of the Red Forest? Hmm. Well, stock up on some explosives. Stock up on explosives? Won't be as terrifying. I still like a music video. Yeah, I don't really. It is nice to have the option, though. I think even YouTube Music has the option to, just, like, show the music video. If there's one associated with a video. Which is nice. But I'm usually doing something while I'm listening. Like, I'm driving or gaming while I'm listening. So I don't really need a music video. I rarely just sit and listen to music for the sake of listening to music. Like, just sit and vibe to music. It's in the background of something else. If I use YouTube for music, guess I'm just paying them instead of Spotify. Certainly can't have ads during music. No, ads during music is bad. I get a lot of my entertainment through YouTube as well, so paying for YouTube Premium kind of just ends up doubling up for me. For both playing music and watching videos, which is nice. Honestly, not so much these days, though. I watch a lot more Twitch than I do YouTube. Like, there are some people who I will drop what I'm doing to watch a YouTube video that they put out. But I mostly just open up Twitch if I'm looking for something to watch. Tricky though, because I have a double account for me and my wife. She'd have to switch too. I have to start convincing her. Where's the piece that I wanted? I think it was this one. And just face it like that. That fits nicely. Need that Victory Lap 5 by Fred again. What's that? $20 Canadian for Spotify right now. YouTube Music or YouTube Premium just went up to 16 USD from I think it's only like $1 or $2, but it's going up. The fact that the majority of the music Spotify promotes is now AI slop. I fucking hate AI music. Are they really? I've not had that happen yet on YouTube where I stumble upon something and I'm like, this is AI generated. Everything that I've heard, at least to my knowledge, is, you know, human produced. It's not clanker slop. Have Verizon, you get Spotify and Disney Plus for free. Yeah, I have AT&T. So I do not have that option. There's a huge thing going on right now with Spotify and AI music. Is it that they just don't care? Or is it, like, hard to filter out? Do I have to lift it up even one more? I think I might. Let's try and close this off and see how well it works. Recommended a D&D ambient playlist. There's no info on the artist at all, so I was skeptical of it being AI. Yeah. I feel like that's where they strike too, is like the hour-long playlists. Because then they can shove some actual songs in there, but then they just like pad it out with AI. Spotify is making it and promoting it in their own custom playlists. What the fuck? That's disgusting. Yeah, fuck Spotify. Fuck that. Wasn't Spotify also doing some dumb shit like promoting ice ads before? I feel like every time I hear about Spotify, it's them doing some stupid shit. I'm glad I don't use Spotify. I'm really glad. Stop the slop. Please. Please. That's so fucked up that they're actively making it and promoting it. That's awful. I hate that. Ambient music is so easy to do with AI. Yeah. I can definitely still tell when I hear a song that's AI. Like with vocals. But I'm not sure if I'd automatically be able to figure out if ambient music was AI. Is this definitely in the right spot? I think it is. I don't know if I just want to encapsulate these things with the little hexagons. I feel like that would make it look too... I guess the whole thing is supposed to look very grid-like. Only have one movie service at once and switch between them every few months? Yeah, that's a good way to do it. Having... I don't know who has multiple movie show streaming services at the same time, but that just seems like it's financially irresponsible. I would rather just do what you're doing, yeah. Watch it, like, get as much use of it out of it as possible, and just cancel it. Hot take, I don't mind AI vocals if used properly. Well, you might be able to get them to sound good, but the implications of using AI to replace singers is not good. We call them ad-libs, vocals without lyrics. I think that's okay. I mean, at that point, is it that different from just like having a MIDI keyboard that plays with a sound font that sounds like a person's voice? Trying to wrap my head around that. So I think there definitely is a lot of there's a lot of overcorrection for hatred of AI. Like, I get it's not all bad. Some of it is well used. But I'm curious about what you mean. See, some streamers have theme songs or just fun songs about their style of stream, and it's so sad they're mostly using AI instead of using a musician. Yeah, commissioning a musician. It is really sad. I think I rated someone like that, and I didn't know. I didn't know before I rated them, and then they were showing off a song that I think was for their stream. It was very clearly AI. It was like, ooh, that feels bad, because I don't really want to support that. The energy costs are unavoidable, regardless of how you feel about art theft. Yeah. AI voice has been around for a lot longer than general AI. Well, yeah, there have been like voice models for a long time. They're just getting more sophisticated. I guess that's not the worst thing in the world. Ada is a voice model. She's just a Google voice model. You know, a very rough one. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why it feels worse to hear. I mean, part of it is like passing it off as real. Essentially, it's a synth that sounds like a voice. Yeah. Assume Coffee Stain hired a voice actor for Ada? They did not. It is. How do you think I made my alerts? My alerts, it's using an old Google text-to-speech profile. It's so old it's not even available on the newest, like, you can go to Google's text-to-speech service and you can't even find the voice unless you know what it's called and do it in PowerShell because it's so old. But yeah, it's not a voice actor. Some of them I enjoy, but that part feels really bad to me. It feels really bad to me too. And if I'm in a channel and I'm watching it, I'm enjoying, and I hear like, if I hear an AI song come on, or some people have this really fucking annoying plugin that generates songs. Like, people can pay to generate songs using this AI in their streams. I gotta go. Like, I'm leaving. I'm gonna go. I've seen it in multiple places. It's really annoying. So yeah, okay. You know what, Rice? Fair enough. It's a tool. You can correctly or incorrectly use a tool. So it really is up to taste. It just leaves a general ick. Yeah, general bad taste. I am general bad taste. And I like AI. It took the time to craft the sound of the voice. It's a lot harder than just typing a prompt to get it to sing. You have to play the instrument. That's why I think it's okay. Yeah, because it's not just input text, output shitty AI art. It's like, you do have to put some work into it. I think that's probably reasonable. I think that's probably reasonable. I did read that the Ada voices that you use, the original voices that collaborated for it, were paid. Okay, so the original voice that Google has in their repository must have been trained on somebody, and then they were paid for their usage. Yeah, I thought it was just a synthetic text-to-speech voice. I don't know how those came to be. Don't mind using AI for music, but it should be labeled as fake. I mind very much when it is just that, and there's no effort put in at all. Like, hearing from a music maker that they put in effort but use, like, because it's not that much different. That's what I mean by, I think there's an overcorrection to the hatred of AI. Like, yes, fuck AI. I hate it too. But once again, it is a tool that can be used or misused. Going to a website and typing a prompt, I don't like that. Very picky. Yeah. But yeah, if you're basically just creating, like, a sound font out of AI voices and then manipulating it yourself, I don't see how that's any worse than just using something that sounds like a piano, but you're not actually, like, if you don't have a grand piano, it's not fake. It's not a fake piano. It's not fake music. It's just you don't have access to a piano and a way to, like, record the piano. And you still have to play the thing. One group that does everything in one prompt, then another that iterates over time. Many prompts to customize it to their own vision. I don't know, that still feels bad to me. I've probably seen Frosty tools generate little stories about chatters based on what they last played or said in chat. No, I haven't. Hate that shit. One guy reads the whole paragraph out loud if you raid in. Sucks because he's really awesome about supporting small streams and then uses generated AI shit. So he's, wait. Generates stories about chatters based on what they last played or said in chat. So he feeds what they were playing or their chat messages in and, like, generates a message that gets automatically read out based on that. Yeah, that's kind of weird. But they have to type the prompt. It's hard work. We're all as humans figuring it out. I think to a degree we're figuring out how to use it well. I think it's pretty obvious how to use it poorly. And I think a lot of people are just ignoring that part. Like, yeah, fair enough, it's a new thing that everybody's figuring out. I think if you're actively taking money away from people whose job it is to do these things and like putting them out of work, then there is no gray area about that being really shitty to do. I think that, yeah, we're figuring out the best ways to make use of these new tools. But there is some stuff that's just implicitly shitty that people are choosing to ignore. What happened? But my internet just keeps dying on me all day? Oh, I'm sorry, Jug. That hex looks so good. Thank you. Does it not? It looks so nice. I love the way the light hits it, like over here, where some of the shadow falls on it. It's really good. It's actually almost done. Let's take a step back, because I've kind of just been rambling away and working on it. It looks really good. I think I'm going to extend it to that wall there. And then over to this wall, and then I think we're kind of done with it. We can start adding detail and lights. Like it's any different than dropping a pre-recorded sample in and manipulating that? No, it's the manipulation that makes it into something new. I mean, that's the difference between plagiarism and synthesis. That's why being transformative with using someone else's work is not considered plagiarism, is because you're doing something new with it. It's the same thing. Yeah, framing it like that, I completely understand why you would use an AI-generated vocal sample and then mix it in whatever way you want. I think it's still a little bit worse. I understand it, I don't think it's bad. But I do think just from like an artist to artist standpoint, I think something gets lost in translation. It's a little bit worse than just using a vocal sample of a person, but not significantly, and it's not as bad as just generating an entire song. But there is something special about taking a vocal sample from a person and mixing that, because that's a noise that someone made. You know, it's almost like you're cutting the thread. You're starting from nothing when you generate something with AI. And that's my main problem with it. So I've said this before. Art is supposed to be a conversation between people that happens over a really, really long time. And AI just lets you skip the conversation part and jump straight into the now, which means that, and you might not notice it on a surface level, and you might not care if you're not like me and have like grandiose ideals about what art is. You might not give a shit about what I'm saying, but that conversation means something. Like, and it's not just the conversation between you and the artist that you're being inspired by. It's also the conversations that they had with other artists. It's the conversation that those artists had with the people who raised them. It's like using someone else as inspiration is like using the entirety of humanity's accumulated knowledge as inspiration. And using AI, it just spits in the face of that. And it just feels weird and bad. But like, there are gradients to it. I'm not going to give anybody shit for doing that. I just, like the sampling thing. It doesn't make you like bad or evil, but I think if possible, like use human inspiration. I know, I'm gonna get off my soapbox. You ignore or leave as well when you see the AI generated image or follower alert. Yeah. Feels like a bit too much. What these guys? Well, that just means we have to bring everything back in line. If this is too much, then we just need to up the game on everything else. Art is human expression. AI has no humanity to express. Yeah. Like you could put 100 people in a room and ask them to paint a bowl of fruit and they would all paint it differently. And I mean, you could, I guess, technically get a similar result by just prompting a bowl of fruit 100 times into whatever the current models are. I don't know. But you would lose something because everybody's gonna make that bowl of fruit differently, not because they're like they're gonna do it based on their experiences and based on their ability, based on their physical ability. Like there's so much that goes into it. Follow the stream, it will take my Google presence of my handle and make a generated image of it and show it on screen. What the? That's dystopian as hell. I hate that. That is so weird. I don't like that at all. That just feels gross to me. Yeah, we are all figuring it out, and I figured out that that's fucking weird. No, read all about it. Read all about it. That's fucking weird. That might be very, like, idealistic, though. You get corners get cut. I think as long as everybody's endeavoring to make a good use of it, it'll end up okay. It's just really shitty. How do we start this? Spotify, yeah, Spotify and their dumb shit. Spotify and their dumb shit. You can write a book about that. On a different note, there are many more pirates today. Windrose is out. I don't know what that is, but that's cool. It's a fun-looking pirate MMO. Oh, I haven't seen a pirate MMO in a while. Hmm. I think I have to scoot this over so that it's hard to join these pieces together. Well, good for all of the pirate MMO enjoyers out there on the planet. I'm very happy for them. I'm not an MMO guy. Sounds like an 80s hair band. Wind Rose. Yeah, it does. Or like Axl Rose. Is it too much? This area a little bit too much? It's hard to tell. No, it doesn't look like it meshes super well with the existing texture. But I don't know how I would go about building over the cliffside there to close it off. Had enough of jaded players who don't conversate, but and just like leave instead of talking. What if you sprinkled in some glowy gold hexes? Well, the idea is once I have the signs underneath them, I think I'm going to delete some of them so that the signs show through. But like, might be able to even test that over here. Try and show off what I mean. I did like the idea of having a bit of a darker red on these ones so that it broke the area up. It's just really hard to get a sign underneath all of them. I hear the word Axel or Rod, my mind always goes to Bobby Axelrod. Oh, I don't know who that is. Is there only one custom swatch available for paints? Yeah, we're not able to use the swatches. Because if you don't know, if you color something with a custom swatch and then it gets imported into someone else's world, it will use their custom swatch color. So we're just not using any of these. I'm only using this in the finishes. Gotta get these overlaps to not happen, though. I meant in general. Yeah, this is the only one that I'm able to use. This and the finishes. Not able to use any of the custom swatches. Oh, it's gonna be so difficult to tile these around. By the way, where doggo? You want doggo? Here, doggo. Go back there. As long as he doesn't fall off. He's a little unstable. I need to get some way to, like, attach him. Because as I scoot in... There we go. Okay. Be careful. Be careful back there, bud. Maybe I am doing too much. I don't know. Thinking about putting signs underneath this entire thing is a little bit daunting. Doing it in a way that actually looks good. Need a DS-sized doggo? You know, one way to make that happen. Can I make one custom swatch without editing any of the others? Oh, yeah, there's only one. Sorry, I misunderstood what you were asking. Need to find a miniature hard hat for it? I've already got an Amazon link for one of those. So I am already on it. I'm on the track. Little people toys? You get one for like a cat. Is the one that I'm looking at. It's a cat-sized one. Mod to add more swatches. I really wish that wasn't necessary. We had more default swatches. Okay, maybe instead of having the entire... Because I like this little gap. Maybe instead of having the entire thing be this, I'll like cut out a number of gaps along it. Like I was thinking about before. I think that would probably be better. I do like it. Probably a Mega Man miner helmet like this, but yellow. Let me show you guys actually. Let me see if I have it saved. I don't think I do. Let me see if I can find something though. I would just get something like this. Maybe I'll get something off Etsy. This is cute. Look at this. I'll get something like that for him. You got a wish list? I don't actually. No, I don't even think I have the thing saved that I was going to buy, but something like this. Yeah, so they make them. I could even get like a cheap plastic one if I wanted to, but might be cute to get something off of Etsy. Oh. It looks really good. Okay, I think it's worth the effort. Alright. Get you a throne? Get me a throne? Why would I need a throne? Probably find someone to 3D print a custom sized one too from Etsy. Yeah, I could get it customized. I'd have to, that would mean I would have to take the dome dimensions of my doggo. I would have to measure his little dome, his little doggo dome, and send the dimensions. Okay, the elevation changes are gonna be weird on this though. Oh my god, it looks amazing. Surely someone is taking up more of the U objects than I am, right? Like, there's no way this is the thing that does it. I may actually have to ask if this is okay. After today. I'm gonna have to post it up and ask. Mod to add custom swatches, like Rice said, it can break the game sometimes. Don't use it anymore. Yeah. Apparently the more swatch mod you can fix your save through the save editor in the sim. Through the map editor in the sim. But it's still an extra step that you have to do to keep your save from breaking, and I don't know that I trust that to be a solution. Like, it's not worth it. Service Throne. Oh, okay. Let streamers make a wish list of stuff and viewers can buy it for them. Without ever seeing their address. Okay, I didn't know what that was. That makes more sense after the clarification. Throne. I will look into that. I will look into that. Maybe I'll put some doggo accessories on there. And if you guys really want, you can buy some accessories for the dog. In 1998, Mankind threw The Undertaker off Hell in a Cell, where he plummeted 16 feet through an announcer's table. It's true. It's true. Add crowdfunding options for pricier things. Like the giant lizard doggo. Oops, I am doing the wrong button for this. Man, is it ad time already? Damn. You know what? It is actually about time for me to go. I am just looking at the time. So ignore that ad warning, because I'm just gonna get rid of them. I should probably ask if this is fully legal. Because it might not be. I spent the entire day doing it, so I really don't want to have to tear it down, but I don't want to spend another day doing it if it's not going to be allowed. So, yeah. But I think it looks really good. If it is legal, then we did something cool. If it's not legal, then I'll just cry. My friend has her $30,000 of student loans on throne. That's probably better than a crocheted doggo hat. Let's take a look at this at night. That's the last thing I want to do. Ooh, it looks even better at night because everything takes on kind of a blue shine. So it contrasts really nicely. The slightly redder color on these looks really nice. Oh, I really hope I can do this. Hope for your sake it is. Me too. Me too. I've seen some of the things that people are building, and I don't think it's going to be a problem, but I will just double check. All this for 15 seconds of racing where they won't look down? Worth? Well, I mean, you said it. It's worth. That basically sums up my building style, is just over-obsessing on things that people aren't even going to fucking look at. So I don't know why. You can't be surprised. No, my goal, I've said it. My goal is to make this track so beautiful that people fall off it because they're distracted. If that happens to even one person, then I'm happy. All that matters is we know it's there. Yeah, I don't want to cut the corners in the construction, even if somebody's not going to pay attention to it. It's, it's my cool project that I'm working on. That's the primary thing. People can drive on it later, but that's secondary. We see it. Thank you. Thank you for seeing it. And thank you for seeing this stream today. Sorry I wasn't around yesterday, but I will also not be around tomorrow because I have many things to do tomorrow as well. I'm going to the gym tomorrow if I'm recovered. It looks cool. Thank you, Zero. Yep. So that marks the end of the stream. That marks the end of the stream. What? Sorry, Quantum. We're gone. I posted my work in progress expansion. Zero, I'll come out of retirement just for you. Let's take a look at what you're working on. Because I did say that I would look at that, and then I didn't. You're right. You're right. One last look. I'm coming. Oh, I'm back. So is the dog. Say hi. Hi. Coming out of retirement for one last job. Dude, it looks so good. That's such a nice, smooth curve. I love it. Day after tomorrow, we get a 12-hour stream? No. No. Yeah, I will be back on Thursday. I'll be back on Thursday for more. Take care and catch you all next time. Bye, bye, bye. See you later, Backstreet Boy. Thanks for the stream, my dude. Always love to see you on. Thanks for hanging out, boys. I'm glad that you like being here. Spiral would be faster, but rule of cool. It is cool. Iron Canyon Tour is being worked on right now. That's what I was doing this morning. That's part of what I was doing this morning. So yes. See ya, Hans. Yeah, it's coming. It's just coming along really slow. But it's coming. Alright. Take care, everybody. Have a good night. Have a good Wednesday. I'll see you again on Thursday. And we'll keep building. We'll keep building. But until then, bye-bye. You said Friday? Did I say Friday? I just said no stream tomorrow. That's what I meant. It's just no stream tomorrow. I'm gonna be back on Thursday. No, I'm not gonna be gone until Friday. Alright, see you guys later. Goodbye.